Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan. And yes, the twos have it this week. As in, tonight, 286s, and then Thursday, well, the 280, not the 280s, the Apple II clone motherboard. So the twos have it this second full week of June. All right, let's see if we can't get through see who's in the chat. Because it looks like we have some people in the chat now. I was beginning to think, oh no, not the summer slump some more. All right. These fine folks, and possibly others lurking, have decided to stay inside where it's potentially cooler than outside and enjoy the stream. We have Thomas Armstrong. Says Eep with a PC? I think that'd be Beep. We have K-Mac Vintage. Hi, Will. We have SadMac356. Hi, SadMac. We have Retro Techer Die. Hi, Mike. We have Garth Beagle 286. Yes, hi, Garth. We have 1-Bit Fever Dreams. Hi, Michael. I think 1-Bit passed 1,000 subscribers. 1-Bit says Eep as a 32-bit sound sample in a Pico Gus. We have Gut Bomb. Hi, Jason. Gut Bomb says, yay. Hey, Max asking, is that a Steve basement backdrop? Lol. Nope, that's my actual basement. We don't do fake backgrounds around here. We don't do AI backgrounds around here, unless it's Adobe Illustrator. But wait a minute, that'd be a fake background, so we don't do that around here. Yes. Oh, we have David Starbuck. Hi, David. We have Will Jr. 880. Hi, Will. Ah, yes, it has been a while. 1-Bit's asking, will you run MASM on the 286, please? Well, I don't know if we'll have time. If we have time, then yeah, maybe we'll try to install it. I don't know what the system requirements are. Anyways, let's see here. All right. I've got a new coffee goal. eBay regrets. Help me with eBay regrets. I'm sure eBay totally misses me. I still have not purchased anything on eBay in the month of June. Yeah. 1-Bit says, don't do it, it'll catch fire. Yeah. We'll find the literal halt and catch fire instruction using MASM, and then we'll be sad. So yes, coffee goal, links in the description, or YouTube. The YouTube features work too. But yeah, coffee goal. Yes, let's see here. And I don't have any wheel regrets because don't have any wheel of regrets entries tonight because I haven't bought anything from eBay this month. Is that eBay withdrawal? Yes. Will says, red with overalls, Justin. I can't help, but you've got a princess to save in another castle. Ha ha. Yeah, yes, Will. I think I wear this red shirt more on my streams, especially now that Gut Bomb photoshopped me as Justinario or Marian. We gotta be careful with those Nintendo trademarks. Yeah. Anyways, also speaking of things Gut Bomb will probably get quicker than other people. You know what's Mad Dog? Me trying to sound all millennial. But you know what else is Mad Dog? This Mad Dog multimedia power supply. This thing supports Intel P4 and AMD K8, and it's about to support a 286. Bomb says that is absolutely a regret. Yeah. Well, here's the important thing. I was trying to find an ATX power supply. It didn't necessarily have to support negative 5 volts because we have ways around that. But it needed to have the fan on the back, but not the bottom because multimedia power supply. What? Oh, this sounds like a fire hazard. Well, here's the problem. The Emerson 500EC had its original power supply cut out by someone in the past. I never had it. So normally I would have probably tried to repair it, causing lots of grief and frustration, but someone prevented me from even being able to attempt to repair it. So instead, we've got to replace it with something. And last time I had the Emerson 500EC on the bench, I tried using an AT power supply, and its power switch was too short. So now, through the magic of crimping some connectors on the original power switch, because at least the case had the power switch, I'm going to put the original power switch back on the case because I believe it's long enough for the button. Oh, hi Kibbs, welcome. Your Eat Bros YouTube playback. Oh! So I am going to, through the magic of potential eBay regrets that I did not buy this month, take the original power switch, which I've connected some spade terminals to, and an ATX to AT adapter, which I have attached some matching connectors to. And I am going to attempt to use the Mad Dog multimedia power supply that I'm sure Mad Dog never imagined that it would be put in a 500EC. And I'm going to see if I can finally finish putting this thing together. Now, the other reason I picked the Mad Dog power supply, and don't worry, Jason, I have another Mad Dog power supply for the actual Mad Dog build. There is a reason I picked this one. First of all, it definitely has enough 5 volt and 12 volt, especially since this was the important one. It should have plenty of 5 volt for a 286 system because we're not going to be drawing any 3.3 volt. But it also has 12 volts. And I guess the bonus was it has half an amp of negative 5 volts, so I don't need to use the voltage blaster that you might have seen me set to the side, and now I've probably put it somewhere where I'll completely lose it. But that was the other important thing. This power supply had plenty of power for an AT motherboard, and the other thing was, which let me zoom back out, it actually has plenty of Berg and Molex power connectors. I mean, we can ignore this 12 volt power connector for the CPU. But there we go. So I don't think I need any power adapters. I think it's just install and go, hopefully. But that's about what we're about to see. But yeah. All right. So there was one thing I wanted to correct on this system first. So I put this 3D printed bracket on this computer for the Compaq flash card, and the problem is the way this case is designed, it really wants the expansion bracket to stick out a slot in the bottom of the computer, and this plastic bracket is too short to do so. So I am going to put the metal bracket back on this adapter. But since I have it in the furthest slot over, I really don't have to worry about it shorting anything. So I think it'll be fine. And then we'll go on with the getting this power supply in. Kib's got Windows 10 on Windows Phone. Cool. I guess. I'm not big on the Windows phones. All right. Let's get this back on. And actually, I think I'll be able to reclaim my power splitter here because I think the Mad Dog power supply has enough berg connectors that I can plug the floppy drive in and still have one for the compact flash card adapter. Oh, it's missing the charging drivers. Oh yeah, that could be a problem. Requires charging drivers. There's a driver for everything on phones and computers. Guess it wasn't good enough that a chip on the phone does the charging. No, we gotta have a driver in the operating system for charging. Okay, so I think now this card will. There we go. I think the card will now be happier because now I can feel the end of the bracket is actually in the slot that's at the bottom of the case. Oh yeah, so now I think it'll be more secure when you insert the card. Especially if I get the screw. There we go. There we go. That was the problem. Because I noticed when inserting the card with that plastic bracket, it was letting the adapter flex back too much. Problem solved. All right. Now we've got the AT to ATX power adapter here. Which should go right here and here. Black wires in the middle. All right. Now I'm hoping that I can maybe get the ATX adapter. Okay, this could be tricky. I kind of wanted to hide it underneath the power supply, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get it down there. All right, well, I think it'll just hang out in the cables behind the power supply. All right. All right, I believe this power supply needs to go in this way for the screws to line up, which kind of, well, which makes it look upside down, but, well, I think I'd rather have a power supply. The Mad Dog label's upside down. I think, though, I'm going to need to plug the adapter in. You know, I would really like to tuck this adapter underneath the drive, but I think in order to do that, I would have to. Hmm. Here, I think to do that, I'd have to remove the four screws holding or the three screws holding the drive cage in, so I could lift it up and put the adapter underneath, put the ATX cable underneath, and then hopefully set it back into place. I think feeling underneath of it, hold on. Let me check something. I feel an edge. I need to make sure it's what the edge is. If it's the metal edge of this drive carrier, then I probably don't want to put the cable where it could chafe against it, but it might just be a... Oh, all right. Could be something on the motherboard. Oh, it's just oh yeah, it's a component on the motherboard. Okay, that's not a sharp edge. Oh, I didn't realize that oscillator was that tall. Okay. All right, let's give this a try to maybe make this a slightly neater install to kind of tuck the ATX connector away. I will remove these two screws here. Oh, it's 5 screws. Oh, hi, Jim's Retro Stuff. Welcome. All right, I'm trying to finagle an ATX power supply into this case. But I kind of want to get the ATX connector out of the way. Granted, if I ever had to replace the ATX power supply, that would mean I'd have to remove the drives, but I think to facilitate as much airflow as possible through the case, given the fan on this power supply, I think I'd like to get the ATX connector kind of tucked underneath. Now, was that everything I needed to do to... Oh, let me guess. I gotta remove the... Oh, actually, okay, I don't need to completely remove it. I think that is all I need to do. Because now, I think that will let me... I think that'll give me enough room underneath to plug the ATX adapter in. There we go. There we go. I got it. And there we go. The ATX adapter is in. And out of the way, I think. All right, now let me see if I can get the metal plate back down. Oh, I just gotta maneuver the cables a little bit. All right. There we go. Okay, there we go. And now, let me see if I can get the power switch. The power connectors on this adapter. There we go. Okay. So the power adapter connectors are, there we go. They're right here. The ATX power cable is running underneath the metal plate. That's kind of out of the way. I'll tuck the 12-volt power connector out underneath there as well. And then I think with the computer closed, other than maybe sensing the slight sounds that would come from either a growling dog or a Mad Wild West character, you'll never know there's a Mad Dog power supply in here, or that it's ATX. As the switch is still going to make a clicking noise. So you'll still have the tactile feel of an AT power supply, with the added benefit of hopefully being a power supply that will work in this case without having issues of trying to turn it off and on. Oh. Oh yeah. Also, fun fact, there were 5 screws. 4 also had a slotted. Yeah, Thomas says we will know. Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, I know. You all will see this computer if I have it on display somewhere, and that doo 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 down 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 little music that they play in westerns. Yeah, they'll be playing in the back of your mind, or you'll hear a snarling dog. Because if Mad Dog Multimedia had their way, they'd well, actually, they probably had to go with the Mad Dog, as in canine, because well, I believe there is a video game series, Mad Dog. So I guess they couldn't go with that theme because well, they'd probably been sued by the video game manufacturer. All right, let's see if the screws on this power supply line up enough to screw it in. Because that was one problem I had with the first power supply I tried to use. It wasn't like a complete stopper of an issue, but the screw holes didn't quite line up. Actually, it was too close to streaming time when I thought of it, but I was very much tempted to make a little label to put on the power supply that said support 286 with a little asterisk that you looked at what it meant and it said with optional adapter not included. Because, of course, you're looking at product disclaimers where something's optional, and they also have to make sure they point out that it's not included. Even though I think that is what the word optional means. But they also have to point out not included. Because probably someone somewhere sued someone for using only the word optional and not also saying not included. Welcome to our litigation society. Ah, bonus. I think the Mad Dog power supply screws are actually lining up with the case. Okay, it would probably help appearances if I actually used 4 of the same size screws. Alright. Oh, please. But the screws are lining up. This is going better than I imagined. We might have time to try that Microsoft assembler on a 286. If we do, quickly realized that I don't know any 286 assembly. Because the assembly we took in college, well, our professor only did the non 32-bit instructions. So we did the 16-bit, 8 and 16-bit instructions. Because I think the thing they wanted us to learn was an assembly language, but it didn't, well, I don't know. Someone who wrote the curriculum probably was not quite sure that 32-bit Windows 95, 98 NT thing was going to take off. All right, so I'm tucking the 12-volt power adapter away because we don't need it. So I'm trying to just tuck it under the motherboard. Oh, and there's actually a oh, the reason why it's not tucking under the motherboard is there is actually something in the way. All right, let's try. I don't know. Okay. I guess maybe I'll just tuck it under the drives. All right. So power supply's in. The screw hole's actually lined up, which is good. I mean, there's like a little gap here, but I think the case is slightly warped. But there we go. I mean, if it weren't for the fact that there's no pass-through connector, you might not ever realize it's a replacement power supply. Although I guess this power switch is probably a giveaway that it's not an AT power supply. Because yes, you'll have to switch the switch on the front too. All right, let's plug. Plug this berg connector into the Compaq flash adapter. It does need power. And the other one I will plug into the. Oh, hi Joe. Boop. Yes, we are trying to power this 286 with an ATX power supply. The part that I don't doubt is the fact that this computer will totally work with an AT power or ATX power supply. I have used. In fact, I think while I was bench testing it, I was using an AT to ATX power adapter, so I know the board will physically work with the proper adapter, which I have tucked away underneath the power supply frame. So there's the leads for the power switch. Now, power switch. So I have the original power switch that was mounted to the case, and I have attached some spade terminals to it. So let me find the screws that hold it in. I think they are that screw and the screw. Oh, this one? Yeah. Okay. One. I think those two screws hold it in. probably going to have to go find the socket for these. I believe it's been long enough since I worked on this computer that I put the socket back on top of the socket set. Let me go grab the socket that actually fits. All right, I have the driver. These need a 7/32 inch socket, of course. Joe says, "Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting Justin's." All right, let's. Well, I can. Nope. Trying to hand thread it in so I could then use the nut driver to get it in the rest of the way. If we look at it long enough, it just may work. Oh, I'm pretty sure this computer will work, or at least it'll report that the keyboard's missing when I plug it in and purposely not attach the keyboard. Yes, it's like they didn't design this computer for a lot of things. They didn't design it for things just standardized over time because it seemingly has a power supply. It had a power supply that the switch stem was longer than power supplies standardized on for AT style cases. It was not designed for small households desiring secure passwords for the BIOS. It was not designed for removing 5 1/4 inch drives after you install them if you got tired of them because you actually have to physically punch out the drive bay cover. Oh, hi, Jesse. Welcome. Well, I got the original power switch back on. Oh, and I was going to, even though I don't have the ground on the other side, I was going to reattach the ground lead. Oh, that's interesting. I only have the floppy drive secured in with one screw on the front. Interesting. Just so that the ground wire doesn't get caught on something. Got the Mad Dog power supply in. I've reinstalled the original power switch, which has spade terminals connected to it. Who needs a ground? Well, considering this power switch is only going to have 5 volts running through it for switching an ATX power supply, I mean, there's no ground on the other side because the ground is actually the shield in the cable. All right, I do not totally remember which goes to which. I think in this cable, the black and the brown are one pair. Yes, that is correct. Okay. And then the white and the blue are the other pair. Because this was a power switch that was designed to switch both hot and neutral. To totally unnecessarily match colors, I'm going to plug the black lead into the black lead, but I'm going to plug the green lead into the brown lead because I guess well, yeah, match the colors, and where the colors don't match, we'll go with matching by the fact that well, dirt dirt is brown and grass is green, and those two go together. Probably flimsiest match I've ever done. All right. The only thing is these connectors are like really tight, and I am going to try to. All right. Okay. I think those maybe are pushed in far enough to stay. All right. Okay. Only 286 with that dog in it. Yeah. All right. So we've got what do we have in here? We've got our floppy drives. We have our compact flash card, which I think has DOS 3.3 in it. We have our Cirrus Logic video card. We have a network card that has the XT Universal BIOS on it. And we have this quick shot sound card that has the Creative CMS upgrade on it. And for some reason, I don't have the card screwed down. There we go. All right. Place your bets. Will it talk back? And I don't know if you ever see my announcements on Instagram, you'll probably note that I picked some weird song. Joe's going to bet $0. All right, well, let's turn the Mad Dog power supply on. And now let me use the front case switch. And, well, other than the fact that it is, like, off the screen, see if I can fix that any.
Please check your keyboard connection. A system startup error has occurred.
Well, it talks. All right, the power switch works. It's doing stuff. Yes, let's see here. Let's see if the power switch on the front panel will actually see if it actually works with the power supply switch that was on this case to begin with. All right. Well, first thing I got to do though is apparently realign the 5 1/4 inch floppy drive because when I removed it to insert the ground lead, I shifted it slightly and now it doesn't want the face panel doesn't want to go on. Did I mention how much I don't like the face panel for this case? It's like really cheap. Oh, yep, I sure did. I shifted the floppy drive down. All right, let me go ahead and put the rest of the face panel on so I can get everything lined up. Yeah, it feels like the power switch is properly being pressed, so I'm going to go ahead and put the face panel on again. Let's see, there should be 5 screws, and there are 4 right there. And oh, that's the 5th one right there. Oh, right there. All right. Are these the right screws? Let me check. I think these are the right screws. They're the only ones that could be. Let me make sure the threads line up. Yeah, they do. Okay. Here we go. Maybe for the last time, Unless I decide to do something completely silly like install a CD-ROM drive, but I probably won't in this computer. Because I'd have to break the bay cover off to do it. Seriously, it's like they cut every cost out. Like that 3-panel cartoon that people fill in. It's like how can we make our computer cheaper? And you got the two people in the first frame. One of them's like, well, let's just make the front bay covers part of the front bezel, permanently part of the front bezel till you punch it out. And the second person says, let's include a small EEPROM that only gives like a couple bytes for each user account. So we don't have to use like battery backed memory. Or so that passwords, I don't know. We'll use a small EEPROM so each user only has a couple bytes. And then the third person says, well, why don't we cut useless features for most consumers? And then you see that third person getting thrown out of the office, thrown off the top floor of the office building. Like, why don't we get rid of the complex password feature that'll take lots of implementation time and most users won't use? And yeah, they rejected that suggestion of how to make the computer for less money. All right, we'll get this front bezel on, and then we'll test the power switch. And well, I can get the front bezel on. Yeah, fixed by Mad Dog. All right, now that I got the bezel lined up, let me just kind of get it in place most of the way, get the screws in most of the way. Then I'll get the 5¼ inch drive lined up. About the way it was. Actually, here we go. All right. All right, get that sound card back in. And there we go. My Emerson 500EC, paired by Mad Dog Multimedia. Despite the fact there's no multimedia capabilities in this dog. I mean, computer. Now, the only thing I'm not totally sold on is this video card, because quite honestly, the video output of this video card is quite noisy, and that may necessitate me finding a less noisy video card for it. All right, so let's see if I got the front panel connector back in. All right, I got the power LED, I got the speed LED. Let's see if the reset button works. Yes, the reset button works. Actually, the video. Actually, it might just be the capture card, because on my multi-sync monitor, the output looks fine. Maybe I just need to, like, put the case cover back on. Now, if you're wondering why I don't have a Trident in this 286, it's because I got another 286 that has built-in Trident graphics. Where was the smoke? Well, Thomas, my Emerson 500EC disappoints. There was no smoke. Although I should probably test to make sure the negative 5 volts is working. Let me see, where's my postcard? And does it have my postcard has a LED on the negative 5 volt rail. Or I could just find the speakers and oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Is this the power cord for my speakers? Oh. Oh, yes it is. Okay, so my speakers are like in a completely inconvenient spot for me to go get, but oh wait a minute. No, they're not. Oh please. Well, if we've got sound output, because that'll tell us we have 5 volts. Or negative 5 volts. Of course we have 5 volts. We have a computer that's turned on. It's the negative 5 volts that we all care about. Because that's what powers the op amp in the sound card. Plus, I think the sound card requires negative 5 volts for some bias voltage too somewhere. All right. The Apple is Thursday, Thomas. I have another 286 computer that needs attention. You could say I made this Mac versus PC week. Yeah, the Compaq got second billing on tonight's stream because I made it 286 Tuesday. All right, let me actually plug the keyboard in. Apple will wait till Thursday when it'll have the entire stream for itself if it needs it. Note, we had no speech, no boot errors. Yes, with the 8 megabytes of RAM I have installed on this board, Okay, that's weird. You mean to tell me I didn't install Planet X3 on this? All right. So that I don't get a composition strike, I'm going to have to mute here real quick. Let me see if I've got music. Apparently, I didn't install Planet X3 on this computer. Yeah, apparently the Ballad of Monkey Island has a composition entry in YouTube's match system. Ask me how I know. That's why I played a little brief segment so you could hear there was music, but that certainly wasn't anything that could be matched to a composition. Yeah, I'm sure YouTube's saying, hold my beer right now. Okay, so we have all the voltages. The power switch works. I can turn it off. I can turn it on again. It still talks. The fan is. Actually, the fan is moving a decent amount of air, so I think that's good. The front panel works. Only thing that doesn't work is the hard drive access LED on the front panel, but that could be because the compact flash card is so quick that maybe whatever circuit's driving it just can't, it just doesn't show up. And there also could be something wrong with that LED. Oh, Kib says the thing decided it now has charging drivers. Windows is really weird. Yes. Oh yeah, it looks like looks like I might have just not copied the installers because it looks like I don't have. Yeah, I don't have Windows installed either. Okay. So maybe sometime in the future I got software to install on this computer. But anyways, it is, other than the top cover, which, all right, I don't, for some reason, I don't get to do this as often as I would like on my streams. Let me go get the top cover. I know it's got to be around here somewhere. All right. All right. I want to unplug it for the. Putting the case lid on. And maybe I should grab a paper towel and Maybe give it a slight wipe on the top. All right. There we go. All right. As I said, the case is slightly warped. So the lid is being a bit finicky. There we go. All right. Let's see if I can dig out the screws that go on the side. There should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, if I'm counting correctly. 7 of the worst screws in the world. Let's see, I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. It must be these ones. Joe says tape. Nope, I'm going to screw the case cover on because that has a way of causing problems you didn't know existed to show up. Making you think you're done with the system, and then you screw the cover on, and then you find out that you have a screw missing that looks somewhat important. Well, there's a side panel syndrome, yes. Yes, I want the side panel syndrome to show up. I am ready to have this computer together because that would mean it's the only Emerson computer that is fully assembled in my basement. Although, quite honestly, the 8000EC, the only reason it's apart is because I pulled its XTIDE card and I just got to put it back in the slot. I should probably just do that someday and put its lid back on. I was probably used to side panel syndrome. Right, there we go, and 2 more screws. And maybe I'll have to take this computer somewhere in the house and set it on a nice table and set a VGA monitor on top of it and make a video of it complaining about the keyboard connector and then tag LGR because he had posted a video of a motherboard that had talking error messages, but it was a much newer motherboard than this 286. there we go. The case cover is on. There we go. There's the back of the computer. Sound card, network card, video card, and our compact flash adapter. Other than the fact that it wouldn't have had a power switch back here and it would have had a pass through instead. Kind of hard otherwise to tell that there's a replacement power supply. There's our 2 serial ports and a parallel port. And then the front of the computer, there's our Emerson 16 megahertz 500EC with the wonderful indicator lights and the reset button that's hard to press, even though I think on the 286 era it probably should have been easy to press. There's the keyboard connector, and there's the tray covers that you can see the notches that you have to break, and then you can't put them back in. But yep, there's the A drive and there's the B drive. These are the original floppies. And I guess if you were wondering why I put the adapter back on its metal bracket, there's where the hole in the bottom of the case where the metal brackets poke through. And yeah, if the bracket's not sticking through that, it's not stable. And actually, this case still has the original feet. So yeah, there we go. It's the 500EC. And it can join the currently small club of fully assembled vintage computers. I have so many that are like apart for like waiting one item. So that's what the that's what eBay that's what the eBay regrets can go towards, is like those items I need to buy from eBay. They're like one item to finish a project. Oh, all right. We're gonna make sure it still works. Oh, yeah, it helps to switch the switch on the back too. All right. Awesome. And yeah, that power supply is okay. So maybe this Mad Dog power supply is a little noisier than the original might have been, but then again, some of these computers used quite obnoxious fans. So it's oh, plus the fan is like not pointed backwards, so I'm probably hearing it more. Yeah, there we go. The 500EC. The image in my multi-sync LCD monitor looks better than the capture image, so I'm not seeing the shimmering in my multi-sync monitor. So I think that's just something to do with the video card that's in here. Hey, I'm happy we got one together. So there's like some 286 game you liked back in the day. Let me know in the comments. Only 916. Wow. Gorilla.basic. Okay, I just had this like maniacal idea. Let me see what the system requirements are. Well, Hopper is just gonna have to stop starting this for a moment. Oh. Well, sorry, Michael, if you're still watching. I know you were joking, Joe. Sorry, Michael. That version of MASM requires the 386. I checked for you, though. Told you I would check. But yeah, that's a newer version of MASM. That's like the latest. I think that's the last version of MASM before Microsoft stopped selling MASM, and it requires a 386. Now, maybe there's an older version of Masm out there that I could put on the 286 and totally have some fun with, but not that version. All right. Well, I guess the oh. Okay. There was one thing I was not kidding about. Thought I'd give it a little bit of a clean. And Michael says, yes, slick proper beige box. Yes, it is a proper beige box. Okay, so there probably is a bit more cleaning I could do than just a paper towel and Windex, but that's a little better. At least now it doesn't feel quite as clean the random grunge on the front of the floppy drive off. The vintage coffee splash. Okay, there we go. I don't think it really shows up that much on camera, although I think the random stain that was there on the floppy drive was visible. That's more of a scuff. The coffee splash or something was here came off, or for the most part. There we go. Yeah, it looks great. Sounds great. Talks great. And if you saw my Instagram announcement that the Talking 286 is why I picked the song Yakety Yak. I don't talk back. Yes, you ever see my announcements on Instagram, because Instagram lets you pick a segment of a song. I try to find something that has some either relevance or lyric that has relevance to the project for the evening. And since I knew the Talking 286 was going to be on the bench, the first song that popped in my mind was, yeah, Yakety Yak, don't talk back. All right, let's set this to the side and go grab the Compaq LTE 286. And of course, this is where I have to remind you all, because this may look different than what you were expecting me to get. I have two Compaq LTE. And I have grabbed the bottom hat, or I guess the chassis of the first LTE 286 and the power adapter of the second LTE 286. And the RAM card that I showed on Wheel of Regrets the other day that I haven't been able to test yet. And the reason for that is the power adapter for the first LTE 286 is irreparable. So if I can figure out what signals this power supply puts out, I'll rebuild the second one using like a Meanwhile power supply or something. This power supply, it was able to fix the trace damage and recap it. And the only thing that I need to do, let me see if I can find the caps in here. So there was one cap that I realized was actually non-polarized, and I had bought a polarized cap for it. Yeah, Jesse says when they're this rare, you have to piece two or more together. That is definitely true. So I'm going to replace that non-polar cap with this. And then there is a capacitor or two that I picked that are too large. So I need to replace them with a smaller cap because the cap I initially used is just physically too large. I can't get the supply in the case. And then we'll go from there. All right. And then now this LTE 286, the first one, I've actually recapped the logic board on it. So that's why I pulled it out. The second one, it works, but it hasn't been recapped, and recapping it'll require disassembling it a lot. So I thought I would try testing this first one first with the power adapter and see if it would maybe power on so I could see what state it's in. And Jesse says, and then there's that Contura 325C, the unicorn that's really driving me up a wall. It keeps blowing fuses on the inverters. Ouch. Ooh. Let me turn my soldering iron down. Because I was working on a board this weekend that had lead-free solder, so I had the temperature up. So I have now turned it down so that hopefully I will not completely bake everything on the board. All right. Let's see if I can make these necessary changes here real quick. And possibly okay, so maybe I'm just going to leave the I didn't really want to remove the daughter board, so maybe I'm not going to replace the non-polarized cap because actually it kind of looks like the ones I bought might be. Yeah, I was going to have to solder it on the backside, and they're not going to fit, so I'm not going to bother. But let me replace the cap that's too big. Let's see, 35 volt, 10 microfarad. All right. I think I can get the cap without removing the daughter board because there's because this one's fine. It's this one here. This one's too big for me to get it back in the case because it's hitting the. Because it's actually like just too tall and was hitting the plastic. So being in the corner, I think if I replace it, then it should be fine. So hopefully I can get it out without removing the daughter board. Because luckily it's because there's the two pads right there, the top and the corner. And these glasses are smudged. Let me see here. These ones cleaner. Oh, there we go. Oh, much better. Now I'm not trying to see through smudges. Potential success plus 50%. Almost. Okay, there's the too tall cap out. Okay. Whoop. So there we go. This is probably the size cap I should have used in the first place because it's much closer to the original cap's size. There we go. So I think the case will be able to fit now with that cap. Okay, that's no. I may have not run this thing through the ultrasonic cleaner because I think I'm going to scrub the boards a bit more because I know I don't have leaking caps on this thing because I've already recapped it. Definitely smelling. It must have been the residue of what was on it that I'm smelling. All right, let's see if this actually will go in the case now. That'll tell me if I've got to do anything else to it. So the IEC plug just kind of flips into there's a groove in the power supply housing that it just kind of slides down into. Somehow. And then the board, let's see here. Oh, all right, still have something hitting the case, or do I? Resistor by one of the screw holes that got bent. Okay. And oh, okay. Got one more capacitor that I got to replace because it's too big. And coincidentally, yeah, it should be. It's the same size capacitor. Now I think there's a total of 3 of that value used on this board, but the third one's in a spot where the extra size is okay. Okay, there's that capacitor. All right, here. Hopefully that capacitor is basically it was not fitting around the standoff for the screw. All right, now will this go together? No. budge wires? Okay, my budge wire needs reinforced, but that's not the holdup. All right, some other component that I've installed that is too tall, or has otherwise shifted from its normal direction. My budge wire is very loose. Okay, even if I figure out what is keeping it from going together, I'm gonna have to do something with the budge. But I may have to see if I've got may have a component that's I'm having trouble seeing what is preventing it from going in. So maybe it's. I should probably remind everyone that power supplies are for professionals only, and this power supply has been unplugged for several weeks, so there's no way these capacitors have a charge. Capacitors just short of some external stimuli, they're not going to keep a charge. Now that external stimuli could be weird grounding issues, but that that would still be a voltage potential. It would appear as if okay. Okay, I think this capacitor's now too tall. A value. Ooh, an 82 microfarad. Okay, well, looks like I'm going to have to get another replacement value for capacitor or two. 2 microfarads, 25 volts. I don't have a schematic for this board. I don't know how critical it is that that is an 82 microfarad capacitor. That's part of the problem why I ordered what I did, because I think I only had one choice to keep 82 microfarads. Now, if I go to say 100 microfarads, at 25 volts, it's going to increase the capacitance. Maybe not too much. That would be the closest standard value. And I might have such a cap. Being a standard value, I might have one that's small enough to fit. Because I think this. Wait, that can't be. That's not. That can't be it. Because the transistors are. No, that's not what's conflicting. Because I just looked. The transistors are beside it are just as tall. Okay, that's not what's. Yeah, Jesse said I had a fun time finding that 82 microfarad cap. I bet you did, because I did too. Okay, something has. Okay, definitely is something on this corner of the board that is keeping it from going in. Unless it. So, is it that cap? Oh, is that it? Hold on, maybe I just got it lined up. I think there might have been a trick to it. Maybe. No. Oh, actually, I think it is in now. Okay. I, I had to insert this end of the board in first. So now I got to do something about the bodge that needs reinforced. I'm tempted to replace that bodge wire with a slightly larger gauge wire that's actually has insulation on it. Or actually, I got another idea that'll also work. Captain Tape to the rescue if I can find it. Because actually, I don't think there's enough room for a larger wire there. Let me just put some Captain Tape all around it to keep the wire in place. If I can find it. Oh, it's time for Justin. Oh, there it is. Right in front of me. Never mind. Thought we were about to start the segment. Justin tried to clean his workbench. Now, where did he move the item to? Oh, that is at least pretty piece of Captain Tape. It doesn't need to be pretty. It just needs to keep the wire in place. All right, let's see if that piece of Captain Tape holds the enameled wire away from anything that would not like coming into contact with it. Jesse says, lesson here is never clean. Yeah. I think every time I try to clean my workbench, I learn that a clean workbench is a workbench that you can't find anything at while you're so yeah, just don't clean your workbench. So Compaq put this little shield on the bottom of the power supply, or probably to keep the AC from touching something that it possibly shouldn't. I will solder that into place, but just so I can feel a little bit better while I test it, I'm at least going to put the cover partially on. Well, I make sure that it still powers up. All right. And we're good. Okay. Still powers up. All right. Excellent. So I will go ahead and solder those solder tabs. This may not be strictly necessary, but at least ensure that I am in compliance with all applicable FCC regulations as were originally pertaining to this power supply. And that's actually not soldering together. Lovely. Oh, I may need to use some flux. Probably should use some flux there. It's also possible the solder was just to keep this board in place. So maybe as long as I can get most of them soldered. A little bit. Probably a combination of shielding and grounding just in case something. Okay, so I think maybe that solder pad is just basically gone. All right, let's, I think mostly, oh yeah, that solder pad's coming off. That's why that's not soldering to that pin. Yep, there we go. Okay, most of them are soldered. That's probably good enough. They could be soldered just to ensure that they're grounded in case of a failure, because it is a PCB. Could be for radio interference reasons, and it's probably good enough to have most of them connected. Probably could be a combination of both. Could be over engineering. Hard to tell. There we go. Two halves are together. Let me see if I can get this snapped on. There we go. Snapped on. And two screws back in. All right, there we go. I'll I'll find some replacement feet because these aren't going to just stick back on. But all right, power supply is recapped. This is all right. Now all right. I'd like to see. All right. Does kind of look like that. Most of that grime is kind of baked in. Some came off, but all right. Let's see if this recapped LTE 286 board will show any signs of life. Now that I have a theoretically working power supply. Now, I have attempted to only reconnect what appears to be necessary to get it to power up. So, all the ports on the back, the video, keypad, parallel, and serial, I haven't reconnected those because I don't think they're necessary. But I have reconnected what appears to be the power and the display, and I think the hard drive is reconnected. But not the floppy drive. Floppy drive's setting here to the side and probably in need of serious intervention. It's probably being a bad citizen right now. Jesse's probably thinking, well, that's the only thing it knows how to do right now. You haven't recapped it. Or checked its belt, or any of that fun stuff. Oh, and I should have known that I would have plastic brake on the hinges. Oh, well, at least I got a second LTE 286, because I may need to enlist some spare parts. Okay, so I'm going to plug the power adapter in. And I'll plug the power adapter in. Well, the hard drive's making a noise. Okay, I saw some system lights activate. I don't see anything on the display. Hmm. Do I have something that's not connected? It needs to be. I get a system LED there, and I don't know if you can hear the hard drive trying to spin up. Oh, that is an absolutely awful sounding Connor. Oh, it might have been because I had it on its side. The hard drive's trying to spin up and initialize. I have a feeling the hard drive heads are stuck in goo. Because I'm not hearing the heads activate. I also was not seeing the screen turn on. But let's try something. If I can find the cable. Now, I don't know if the external video works during boot on these. Oh, and that would require me to plug in the ribbon cable for it. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything on the display, which might mean I don't have a ribbon cable plugged in. Hmm. All right, let's take a closer look here. Possible this motherboard. All right, so I don't think any of these connectors are required to be plugged in for it to work. Except if I want to try external video, I'm going to have to plug in the video ribbon cable. Now, the reason I haven't plugged those in yet is because they are in a kind of difficult spot to deal with. I am not seeing the display do anything, which partly has me thinking that I didn't plug it in, but actually there's the display cable right there. So I don't have the ground. Oh, the ground isn't connected to anything. Oh, hold on. Is that a? Nope, that's actually plugged into something. Never mind. I was about to say I think I found something that's not plugged in, but no, I didn't. There we go. Oh well. Okay. I got the display open a little more, although that did break more plastic than I realized doing it. Okay, so maybe the other LTE 286 is going to have to give me some replacement case parts, although it's pretty much broken too. I don't see any signs of. I think that display's dead. Or so is the hard drive, seemingly. Okay, so it appears if the display on this one is dead. Unless the display requires the display cable to be plugged in. The external display cable. The internal one's plugged in, as far as I can tell. I'll try to plug in the external display connector. See if we get anything. If I can find the serial cable for my RGB to HDMI, I'll plug it in. Oh, this is why I didn't plug the connectors back in. There's not a lot of room. Let me unplug that so I can. I think we can give the hard drive a reprieve. It's probably not going to spin up. We might try to open it up here momentarily. All right. So without that ribbon cable, can I get enough slack? Get the display ribbon cable back in. Yeah, I took the hard drive out for now. My confidence level of getting one of these back together is pretty low, I have to admit. Like, maybe not zero, but it's pretty low. If I had to give this thing a repairability score, I think I'd have to give it like about a -3. There's like absolutely no slack in these ribbon cables. I think these things were engineered for small size, probably cheap to manufacture, so that the price wasn't like too expensive. I don't think they gave any thought about how you would take it apart to repair it. Okay, I think I got the video cable back in. All right. All right, we'll leave the hard drive out. I'll leave these other connectors disconnected. I'll use a spudger to keep that from shorting against anything I don't want it to short against. And the spudger stays in place. All right, use another spudger. Oh, I did. Oh, okay. So let me use the spudger to push this in. Yeah, don't forget to hit that like button, folks. That like button helps me plow through machines that are being stubborn. And or were designed with being repaired by someone with smaller fingers and or specialized tools. All right. I have no idea if the external display works during post. Some of these laptops, you gotta use a key sequence to switch. Some of them you plug it in and I think it switches. So we'll see. All right. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I need a spudger. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. I can't tell if I flipped the power switch. Probably did. Here we go. That. like I turned it on. No. Oh, okay, it's definitely off now. There we go. That's on. Now, I do not believe my RGB to HDMI is seeing a signal. Also possible there's a button that turns the. No, I don't think my RGB to HDMI has a signal. Yeah, just said 3, 2, 1, missed the switch. I know. Oh, there is something I could do. All this testing was assuming that this was a genuine 287. That is something I added. Let me remove that. There we go. All right, let's see if. Okay, it has power now. And I can't tell. I'm not hearing any beeps. There's no display activity. I don't see a signal on the RGB to HDMI, so I'm. Of course, the thing is, I didn't have a working power adapter to be able to test this one. So, for all I know, this one could have died from some power surge or something a long time ago, and I might be trying to get a completely dead board to work. I am honestly not. Oh, actually, trying to get it apart here. Hey, toiletist. Welcome. I am pulling the boards out of this to inspect them because it will not power up. I mean, it is quite possible that I'm actually looking at something weird right now. noticing something funny in this area of the board. Interestingly enough, is not near, not particularly near capacitor that I had to replace. All right, I guess let me pull the microscope over and let's take a look at the boards because I'm beginning to think that there's something wrong with the boards in this laptop, and getting it to power up may be a fool's errand. As in, I may just need to plan on using I can't use that microscope because I can't get the microscope over far enough. All right, I have to use this one. What was I? Well, that certainly looks odd there. Kind of like there used to be something there. I'm also noticing that the solder is. What is that? I don't know what that is or was. But it's like a red blob, a white crusty blob, and a red blob, and then a random floating pad with something rough on it. I mean, maybe there was some. Let's see if I can move this up a little bit further. So there's a clump of something there, and and that's actually kind of scraping off. But I don't know what that was because it doesn't look like a component location. And then there's that. Golly, you know, it almost seems like something has come off this board. And there. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I know what I'm looking at now. Okay, some of these solder pads almost look like they've got crystals growing on them, like maybe a battery leak. So is that red? I think there's all battery crystals on this board. I'm still not sure what these red blobs are. It almost looks like something was glued to the board. Okay, I think that's one of the original capacitors. Here's one of the tantalums I installed, and there's another one. Yeah, I guess let me try to clean this board up some. Oh, there's some more. Here's another of these mystery blobs here. And then there's another one here. I'm almost thinking I might have to open the other Compaq up to see if maybe was some there's supposed to be something there. Those maybe are just test pads that let corrosion or something grow on them. I don't know. That is like really weird. I mean, because there does appear as if there are a few test pads on the board. Like, for example, unless those are just old school vias, it almost looks like there's a bunch of test pads on this board. Oh yeah, there's definitely something on this board. In fact, I'd almost be tempted to put it through the ultrasonic cleaner since I did rework the board. That would get flux off too. Except that there's a couple relays on this. That's why I didn't put it in the ultrasonic cleaner. There are a couple sealed relays, but I don't know how well sealed they are, so I didn't want to put it through the ultrasonic cleaner. I'll just have to use some isopropyl alcohol. Yeah, I think there's like some battery corrosion on this board. Now, whether that's keeping it from powering up or if that's just a red herring, I don't know, but I guess I should probably clean the board. I don't see any signs of trace damage yet, but okay, that's a factory bodge there. That's not my doing. Okay, now that there looks weird. Is that a break or is that a blob? No, that looks like a. Oh, that looks like a break, but that looks like a very, very clean break. Considering there's a bodge wire there, okay, that's probably part of the factory bodge. Okay, so I'm going to not worry about that now because it's probably part of the factory bodge considering there's a bodge wire going to that capacitor. Okay, so there's something on the other side of this board. I guess I'm going to see if it'll come off the board. Let me readjust cameras here real quick. All right, let's see what I can do here. Was kind of hoping this board would work since I recapped it, but obviously I didn't notice the potential corrosion on the board earlier, or I would have cleaned it earlier. So if anyone saw these blobs and recognizes them as something else, let me know. I don't know how much of that's going to come off the board because some of it could be old glue that was holding something on, but some of it looks like battery corrosion. Because these are the two battery terminals, and one of them was a little blue. But the battery that was in this one didn't seem like it had leaked. That's not to say that there wasn't another battery that did leak in this one, potentially a long time ago. All right, I don't know what those blobs are, but the isopropyl is not having any effect on them. At least not with the toothbrush. Nope, that broke the end of my spudger. What that is, but whatever that, 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 and that is, it is pretty well stuck to the board. Like, seems to be stuck in the board almost as if it actually was some adhesive. If that was a component, I don't know what component it would be. I noticed a mystery spot. Yep, like right there. There's another spot. Oh, I didn't want want to put this board through the ultrasonic cleaner due to the relays, but I might risk it because there's definitely something on the board that I don't think should be on it, and I don't know what it is. Interestingly enough, it's on the part of the board that would have been on the inside of the board sandwich. Okay. Now on the other side, on the inside of the board sandwich, I don't see any issues on this board, which would make that, if that is battery corrosion, that would be really weird that it would be made white, very sticky crystalline deposits on the one board and completely miss the other one, considering they were sandwiched together. Also, there's our 286 processor. And there's the Dallas DS1285 chip. There's going to be the 32.768 kilohertz chip for the Dallas DS1285, and then there's its battery. Yeah, I think this side of this board looks clean, other than I think a label came off of that. And I did put the ROMs back in because I think I pulled those ROMs to read them for an experiment that I never continued. I wanted to see the board work before I continued it. Okay, so this board looks fine. This is the board the power comes into. And this side of the board, this side of this board looks fine. Oh, that's interesting. There's a oh, nope, never mind. So it's this side of this board that had the crystalline deposits on it. All right, there's one of the capacitors I replaced. I can tell because of my. Oh, I know what those are. Now I know what those are. Those are glue blobs. Okay, because these were those. I forgot. Compaq used some of those surface mount caps that are actually look like through hole caps in a little plastic box with leads. That's the glue that was holding the plastic box down. That's why there's glue there and there beside these two caps I replaced. And yep, there's another one I replaced because that's where it was glued down. And then, yep, there's another one I replaced because that's where it was glued down. And yep, there's the last one because it was glued here. But yeah, that's just like really stubborn glue. Now, It did seem as if there were crystalline deposits over here, which are probably unrelated to these blue blobs that I can't get off. Now, of course, those blue blobs could be conductive, depending on what kind of glue it is, because there are some glues that absorb moisture and they become conductive. If that's the case. No, that's not conductive. Let me check these caps that are replaced just to make sure that I don't have like a short. These are like no, I think we're done. Some of them are the pads are a little close together. Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure I replaced that. That's why, yeah, there are two more caps there. Okay. Yeah, this is where I wish I could. Fortunately, without schematics of the laptop, I'm at a loss. Because the thing is, this laptop could have been dead before I got it. It was sold as is. That chip there doesn't look too hot. All right. So I don't know how many people are still watching, but chat has slowed down. Must be the seventh inning stretch. I don't know. Maybe I should put these two boards through the ultrasonic cleaner. Just to be sure that there's no like electrolyte hiding somewhere under a chip. Okay. I don't think I'm going to get this one power up tonight. I'm kind of wondering if it's dead. I mean, there's a chance this laptop didn't work and remove that. I am though curious about this Connor hard drive. Let's take a look inside and probably confirm that it's got a gooey, rubbery head that's making the head stick. Find the right Torx bit. Not that one. This may not be. Torx are those. I think those are Allen. Yeah, those are Allen, not Torx. Well, I guess my warranty is going to be void because I'm removing it. I guess anyone from Connor, if you're watching, look away. I'm gonna hide my serial number here so you can't void my warranty. Oh wait, nope, I see the serial number sticker. It's not visible on camera. Also, Connor's long out of business. So the warranty ended on this drive a long time ago. Some engineer probably thought, no one will be using these drives by the time that rubber turns into a sticky goo. And us geeks said, hold my propeller beanies. Oh, I bet there's a mystery screw. Oh, did Connor like putting a screw under the warranty void if removed label? Yes, I believe so. There's definitely a screw under there. Like, it wasn't enough to just put a label over a normal screw. No, they had to. There we go. Oh, and it's even a smaller. I'm kind of muffled. Is that better? Maybe it's because I bumped the mic sideways. I thought I would open up the Connor that won't spin up. Oh, there we go. It is a single platter hard drive. There are a lot of rings. Here, you can see my ceiling. Here, you can see me. Hello, everyone. Look at all those concentric rings. Concentric blah, blah, blah. Fancy words. Can't use them tonight. This drive might be worn out. Okay, now, the question I had, though, is the head assembly stuck in goo? Oops, I just touched the head. And think the answer was yes. Yes, it was. Of course, I've probably definitely voided my warranty now. And oh, let me guess, I'm never. I don't think that's ever going to come apart because it's being held together with two very strong magnets. Oh, there we go. Oh, interesting. Oh, no. That rubber's not sticky. Hmm. Other than the fact that I've now, oh, this drive's not going to work again because I managed to. Yeah, I managed to somehow get both heads to stick to each other. Well, that was a fail. I mean, something's falling apart in this drive, but it wasn't a gooey, rubbery mess. But looking at this drive, it kind of looks like something had been scraping. So I think your noise reduction is mostly filtering you out when you're further away. I think the problem is this when I went to XLR, I think I don't know. I think I need to move the microphone so it's in front of me and not beside me. But to do that, I gotta buy a microphone arm, a different one. All right. Well, this Connor drive is a goner because I managed to get both heads to stick to each other by the magic of you're not supposed to disassemble these. Well, actually, I guess at this point, let's pull the platter out and see if it's crashed because I think that. Oh, that's interesting. So there are four screws here, and then there are two screws here, but there are not screws here. That is weird. Is that because these are like balancing screws? Interesting. All right. Guess we might as well take this the rest of the way apart because, well, at this point we have nothing to lose. And I think I hear something scraping under this platter. So maybe we will learn why this drive stopped working. Maybe this will be an exercise in futility. also going to have to attempt to get something like XTIDE Universal BIOS running on the Compaq LTE 286, along with making an adapter for the hard drive interface because it uses some weird smaller connector. All right, so there's that. Now that will. Now I should be able to get the platter out and. Okay, so I scratched up the top platter, trying to get things off. And there's the bottom platter. I mean, I realize that it's going to create some concentric circles just because of the way it works. Quite honestly, a few of these look a little deeper than I would have expected. Oh, I think I know why the drive wasn't. Eric says, give it an edge and make it a throwing weapon. I think these are glass, so it'd be a very fragile endeavor. But I think I know why this drive wasn't working. So it wasn't the head assembly getting stuck in goo, because it doesn't appear as if there's any like gooey rubber here. And I'm not sure it was a head strike, but this motor here, this the spindle motor is very, very, very grindy. I think the spindle motor's worn out on this drive. I think the reason why the heads never moved is because I don't think this drive came up to speed. Because normally the drive has to come up to the right speed before it'll activate the heads. This motor feels so grindy. I bet this drive never got up to speed, and it spun down. But then it spun back up because I think they're designed to try to recover. But then it spun down again because I think this motor was incapable of coming up to speed because I have a feeling that the bearings are worn out. Given the fact that this laptop was owned by Monsanto, I bet it got a lot of use. So it wouldn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me at all that the spindle motor is like shot. And I think that's why this drive failed. Now, I guess the one good thing is the fact that I do have a connector that, if I can get this PCB off, I can salvage this connector, which would let me build a PCB that would adapt this IDE pinout, and it has 5 volts on it. So this is standard IDE, it's just a much smaller pinout. So I could steal that connector and maybe make an adapter board that'd let me use a standard compact flash card. So I won't completely toss the drive, but there's no use putting it back together because the motor's shot. All right. Well, I guess if I was going to somehow have to figure out what kind of connector that was because I was going to try to make an adapter because I knew I was going to have to put a compact flash card in one of these at some point. Ideally, if I could figure out what kind of connector that is, then maybe someone still makes a connector like it, so you don't have to tear apart a Connor hard drive just having to make an adapter board. It would be nice to be able to, like, if you had a Connor drive that was still working, dump it to a compact flash card and then use the compact flash card most of the time and maybe special occasions pull out your Connor hard drive. All right. I guess while this is still on the bench, I'm going to go ahead and take the cover off this floppy drive. And I suspect I'm going to find horrors inside, and I'll probably put the cover back on. And I don't think I'm going to be able to do much with it tonight. But I won't know until I look. Ooh, okay. I don't know if it works, but oh, yeah, these are fun. Well, now I see why Jesse thoroughly enjoys working on these so much. And I said that sarcastically, Jesse. Yes, these are. Oh, looky here. Oh, I suspect at least Jesse probably saw this coming. If I can find my tweezers. Well, actually, I think these will work. I do believe that's part of the belt. Right. I believe this wonderful citizen floppy drive here probably needs a new belt because that is most certainly part of the belt. I just pulled out of it. In fact, I bet if I. Although the funny thing is. Oh, wait. No, I spoke too soon. I have to say, where is the rest of the belt? Mm, well, there's two more pieces of the belt. And I don't know how you get down there to even try to replace that. Oh, and yes, if anyone's wondering if the head assembly looks sideways, yes. Yes, it would appear as if the head assembly is sideways. Jack says, I would ask, is it fixed yet? But I think I know the answer. Hi, Jack. No, it's considering I have pieces falling out of the floppy drive. No, it's not fixed. Yeah, I'm gonna need to probably just replace this floppy drive with a GoTech or something. That would probably make the most sense. It needs a belt. If I remember what Jesse told me, I think he said these sometimes even need recap. I do see some surface mount caps on them. Although I'm not sure I see these leaking, but found another piece of the belt. Oh yeah, because that would be the motor that drives the belt. That would be why I see a piece of belt all the way back here. Where the belt goes. Wonderful. That is just so lovely. There's another piece of the belt. Ooh, the rubbery, gooey mess. Favorite kind of floppy drive belt. There's another piece. Oh, and I'm sure there's more pieces down there. Ah, lovely. All right, needless to say, because I do not have any spare belts for these floppy drives, this is not going to be fixed tonight. At least I now know that yes, it needs a belt. Or I should just plan on replacing it with a GoTech. And there's more floppy drive belt. Lovely. Any more belt hiding down in there? Probably. Okay. Well, I will just put the lid back on this and put the screws back in, and it will be a later Justin problem. Future Justin problem. Because I believe that I will need to eventually have a working floppy drive to run setup on this computer. Okay. So, floppy drive, if anyone's wondering, is a Citizen UODA02A. And it at least needs a belt. All right. So the Connor is a goner. The Citizen is not being a very good citizen right now. The first LTE 286 is 086ing. 1112. That's certainly not enough time to really do much with the second LTE 286. Hmm. All right, but I might as well. Okay. Okay, let me. Because unfortunately, I have a feeling I'm going to discover that the second LTE 286 probably has the same problem with its floppy drive. So even if I did find the floppy image to write it to a floppy disk, I'm probably not going to be able to boot setup on it. I think its hard drive is dead. Although I guess we can power it up and see. So let me go get it. Yes, there's a distinct possibility that I will have a smaller number than two LTE 286 laptops. That is assuming I can get one. Okay, so this one has plastic damage on the case, although given how the first one started breaking, I guess I probably shouldn't be surprised. This one has not been recapped. It is definitely going to need recapped from what I saw on the first one. So we did know that it already did start to. Unfortunately, the keyboard is not working on this one. If I press F1, nothing happens. Would be curious to. Oh yeah, and I can definitely smell fish. The smell of fish coming out of this 286. So it's going to need recapped sooner rather than later. I would though like to know whether my okay whether my RAM card purchase was a good deal or a bad deal. Let me see if I can figure out where the RAM card goes in these. I think it's in here. Don't remember how this opens here. Oh yeah, there we go. Ah yes. In fact, there's two of the capacitors right there, and it wouldn't surprise me if. Yeah, I definitely smell fish in here. But there's where the RAM card goes. So I am curious. And then I guess I will start the disassembly process, although this thing is doing a quite nice job of disassembling itself right now. There it is. Let's see if it detects the memory. Oh, hi, Sloopy. Sloopy remembers using these when they were current computers. Well, I'm having lots of fun trying to get one working. All right. There we go. Memory card is in. The there's a modem that would go in the other slot in that bay. All right. Let's turn it on, and it should at least detect memory, I believe. So there we go. Excellent. So at least my 2 megabyte card is detecting as 2 megabytes. Diskette controller error. Real-time clock lost power. Not surprising. Here we go. So, yep, we're getting error 601, diskette controller error, error 167, RTC lost power, and error 162, system options not set. Run setup. Insert diagnostic diskette in drive A. And yeah, no keyboard. So I think the keyboard is... Might be something wrong with the keyboard. Yep, numlock does not work. Caps lock does not work. And the hard drive is not working. And, well, there's definitely a fishy smell emanating from the laptop. Yeah, not the power adapter. Power adapter's been recapped. Oh yeah, definitely a very strong fish forward smell coming out of this laptop. Okay. One or more caps is actively leaking right now. Also, I'm having trouble reading this, but someone has written something inside of this cover. Zimmig? Zimmig, that's what it looks like. 101491. Maybe that's the person that used to own this. All right, let me see if I can remember how you get these apart. I think. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, I think someone's had this thing apart before. I think there might be a few screws missing, in fact. All right, I want to say that there are screws under the feet. Or no, maybe not. Maybe it's... Oh, there's the bottom snap on. Oh, actually, it looks like at least on this one, the bottom is coming off well enough on its own. I think it just snaps on. But there are screws too. I don't know why I'm bothering to try to take this apart tonight because it's not like I got time to finish it tonight. I would like to at least take a look at the condition of it. That's probably why I'm trying to take it apart. At least get an idea of what I'm in for. Get back to this computer. Probably sooner rather than later, as fishy as it smells. No, I would almost be tempted to take the first board set I recapped and put it in this one to see if it powers up or see if we get a screen. Now that might be a worthwhile experiment. Okay, so I think it just clips together, and I know you're having trouble seeing what I'm doing, but I'm having trouble. So I'm going to. There we go. Yes, it clips together, and most of the clips on this one are. A good number of the clips were broken, which is why it came apart so easily. There we go. Now we see the. Oh! Confirmed. Someone's been in here. Well, now I know why the floppy drive completely didn't work. Because there's the floppy drive cable right there. Completely not plugged into the drive. Huh. I wonder if I'm going to find the keyboard. Oh, that'd be probably too convenient to find the keyboards unplugged as well. Yeah, there we go. There's the floppy drive, and yeah, sure enough, floppy drive not even plugged in. Well, that would explain the floppy drive seek error. Unfortunately, though, I don't see a rubber belt on this floppy drive. Probably because it's already disintegrated and. All right, probably no use opening that up. All right. So do I by chance see the leaky capacitor? No, because I think the leaky capacitors are on the other board. So I think for some reason I think this board is actually like all tantalums from the factory. And there's our coin cell battery. Let me see if I can maybe just get this board off. Now that I remember these two sandwiched like this. All right, so here's the top board. And yeah, those are all tantalums. Here's the coin cell we'll replace. All right. And here's this one here. That's not something I like to see. A loose screw inside of it. That's probably, well, that could have been why they been causing any number of issues, but not the fishy smell. Ew. Okay. I think I see the first signs of trouble in Compaq land. All right, that's going to be tough to see, but that is the modem connector right there. I'll add a little supplementary light. And that appears to be ooey gooey. And I bet those two capacitors right there have caused that. Yeah, I think probably there's leaky capacitor 1 and 2 right there. Because this is like, oh, well, I think this one, that's gross. Edge connector. And there we go. Spilled more isopropyl alcohol. That's the second time I've spilled isopropyl alcohol tonight. I wonder, if I were to take this board out and put the one I have that's recapped in its place, even though it's in a bit rough a shape. All right, I'm curious. I would kind of like to know if the problems I was seeing with the other one are the, because it could be the display and the other one's bad. All right, well, here's our second Connor that's probably not going to spin up. I won't take it apart. I won't be as quick to take it apart. It was sounding like slightly less grindy while it tried to spin up. All right. I'm going to see if I can't get this board out without like removing a bunch of stuff. Unplug the floppy. Or is there? I wonder if there's enough slack in. Is there enough slack in these cables that I could maybe something between these just for testing? keyboard connector right here. Definitely plugged in. All right, let's see if I can't. See if I can't do this real quick. Okay, there's not enough slack there. Okay. Okay. Not enough slack to try that board out removing the first one. So therefore, I'm trying this under the theory that the display on the first one was where the problem was. I could be wrong. It could be the board. This is the quickest way to try to quickly rule part of it out. Just first have to find the right Phillips bit. Or I'll realize that's not Phillips and wait a minute. There we go. All right. I think this board should now be free theoretically. Feels like something else is. Oh, metal tabs, which I'll just spin out of the way. And that part of the metal chassis, which I will not be able to bend out so easily. Docking more points from my repairability score for these computers. Docking more points for mixing Phillips and Torx, holding the same shield on. All right. So here's the board. There's the electrolyte from something, quite possibly from those two caps, or maybe that one there that's got a greenish. Oh no, actually that greenish band is the label that's on it. Interesting. Of course, that electrolyte could also be coming from one of these two caps here. All right. Well, I'll set this aside to recap later. Okay. So what I was going to do is take this board here, which I recapped but haven't been able to successfully test yet, and I think now that I see how to more easily get these connectors in, I think I can reconnect them here real quick. There. That's the serial. I think this one's parallel. board. Like, oh, and you can't. Not enough people in the chat. You can't see what I'm doing. Oh, those other two connectors are. I'm not going to be able to get those now. Wait, I think. Let me. I don't want to just leave them there. Let me see if maybe I can get them first. And again, I'm not going to be able to plug those. Okay, I'm not going to be able to get those. Not without. I'll have to remove that plate to get those two. All right, so that I can test this without those plugged in and not have to worry about them shorting. I'll take a piece of Captain tape. Actually, one of those two connectors, if I never plugged it in, it would probably be totally fine because I think it's for there's like an optional keypad accessory. I mean, I've seen the keypad accessory come up for sale on eBay, but I think it's a rare enough item that I may not ever buy one. Okay. That will at least keep those two connectors from shorting out on this board. I can always try connecting them. I can find a way to reconnect them if I need to. The only drawback is one of those was the video connect external video, and the other is the keypad. So, but for tonight's experiment, I'm just going to plug in the two that I can get to easily. That's my way of keeping them from shorting is by just actually plugging them in. They can't short against something else. connector, this connector. Okay, keyboard connectors in. 2-pin connector, which I don't know what it goes to. Goes to something on the back panel. Okay, that's reconnected. 3. There's that. That's reconnected. I think that's the power something. All right, this one's here. All right. Now, I think what I'm going to try first is the board that was on this laptop. I do have to put this board on because this is the board that the processor's on. I do have to put one of these two boards on. I'm going to put the one that was on this laptop, and then the bottom power board's the one I recapped. And if this doesn't power up, I see a problem with the. Oh, there's a problem with this ribbon cable. Oh, hi, Jeremy. The Emerson's back together. Okay. Okay. That's a problem. This ribbon cable is damaged. Probably why it. Probably at least one reason why I couldn't get the other set of boards to power up, because that pin is broken. Pin on the flex cable, and I doubt I'm going to be able to get it to stay in place. So, I am going to have to recap the other board because this cable here is soldered to this board, and I am not confident that I can take the cable off the other board, and I'm also not confident that this board works to do that. Yeah, okay, but yeah, this cable here is definitely. Yeah, that pin's bent. I know you can't see it. I mean, I could try gluing that in place, but the glue wouldn't be dry in the next 4 minutes. So sometimes you just have to know when to stop. But yep, I guess the Compaq LTE 286 is just going to have to remain a mystery because, well, this processor board here, well, I mean, this processor board should work because we were able to get it to start to boot, get laptop number 2 with CPU board number 2. And actually, so that I remember, because I don't know that there's much to tell these apart otherwise, I am going to put the number 2 on that label on processor board number 2. I am also going to put the number 2 on that label for this carrier board that needs recapped. That way I remember that those are for number 2. Now, on this label, because this is the first board that I had, I'm going to put a number 1 that I remember that is the first carrier board. And so that I do not get it mixed up, I am going to put a 1 on the original CPU board. There. Now I will be able to tell the two apart because there's carrier board number 1, CPU board number 1, and then carrier and CPU board number 2. And yes, you did see a Harris CPU, Jeremy, because Harris made the CPU. I think Harris made the CPU for both of them, actually. Quite possibly because Intel may have not been making low power 286s. Oh. Anyways, that's where the Compaq LTE 286 is going to end for the evening. In that I've got a damaged ribbon cable. Oh, I should probably do myself one more favor before I just full send on. So I am hopefully will remember. If I draw an arrow to that pin, hopefully I might see that. Jeremy says Harris CPUs went all the way to 25 megahertz. Yeah, I think I got a caching controller card that's got a Harris 286 on it. So, anyways, all right, I think that's where I'm going to wrap the stream for tonight. So, the Emerson 500EC is back together. Jeremy says, and replacement flex cables are possible, by the way. Well, yes, I know replacement flex cables are possible. I believe everybody's favorite PCB manufacturer can do it. Now, whether I want to pay to have it done for a laptop that I don't even know if it's going to work is the question. Because I don't know if I'm going to actually be able to get it working. Yes, I have a board set that works, but that board set has some significant capacitor leakage damage. Although I'm not planning on using the modem, so maybe it's okay. So yes, everybody's other favorite PCB manufacturer also does them. Again, I don't know if this laptop, if I'm going to be able to get it to work. And How's the battle? Well, Thomas, I was ending for the day because I I have one board set for the Compaq LTE 286 that I haven't been able to get any signs of life out of, but I don't know if that's because the display in the first laptop doesn't work or if the board set's dead. Then the second board set shows signs of life but has leaking capacitors and is seemingly possibly in worse condition. Although I guess I can. All right, let me at least do one more thing so that I don't get channel engagement because everyone saw the wet electrolyte on this one edge connector. I will at least clean that wet electrolyte off of this one edge connector. And my Q-tip is, oh, not that you're necessarily going to be able to tell, but the end of the Q-tip is green. No joke. At least I have taken some isopropyl alcohol and tried to clean the edge connector off. It's about as good as I'm going to be able to do tonight. Ideally, I would figure out where that leakage is coming from and maybe remove the capacitors, but I am having trouble seeing which capacitors actually leaked that electrolyte out to potentially remove them. So, all right, that'll have to work for now. That I at least got the. Okay, so there is some tarnish on the one pin there, and it looks like there was some electrolyte on the bottom. But at least I did something to get some of it off because these boards will sit for a couple days. Um, Jeremy, I don't know that I can solder individual wires and place the flex cable because the other end of the flex cable is the connector, and I don't see. I don't have confidence in my ability to solder a wire like that. But the pin on the connector is definitely broken, and I don't think there's a way to insert it into the connector without it making contact with one of the other two pins. I just noticed that just now, Jeremy. I didn't. That was like the late breaking problem with that board. I didn't realize the flex connector had a broken pin on it. So that there could have been why that board set didn't work. That pin could have been broken a while. So it's all I can do tonight is clean the obviously wet electrolyte off the board, and I'm looking to see if there's like anything I can do to stop leakage, but I honestly do not see which capacitor was leaking, which maybe is a good thing for this board set that there's no obvious capacitor leaking, but that's also a bad thing because I know something was leaking because I could smell it. So, yeah, I know you're trying to help, Jeremy, and I'm past midnight, so I'm tired. And honestly, I don't know if I can solder a wire to bridge that wire or to bridge that connection. There's not a lot of room in this laptop, Jeremy. My J Fix It repair score for this laptop is negative 286 because they didn't design it for repair. It's got crumbling plastic, and there's like hardly any slack in most of the cables inside of it. So yeah, my J Fix It repair score is negative 286. Might be slightly biased by the theme of the stream, but yeah, my 0 to 10 repair score is negative 286. Crumbling plastic knocks off 50 points. Each cable with insufficient slack to plug it back in properly is negative 10 points. Holland repaired some flex cables in his latest video. That may be the way to go. I don't. You'll have to jog my mind. What was Colin's latest video? Because there might be one I haven't seen yet. The YouTube algorithm is sometimes very mean and like not showing you all the videos in your feed. Or maybe I did watch it and didn't realize. I mean, the thing is, I got a board set that I haven't seen signs of life. The prototype Apple tablet. No spoilers, please. Apparently, I haven't seen it. uh, Especially if it released today. I think of the videos on YouTube that were released today, I've only been able to watch like 2 of them, maybe 3. Um, yeah, I don't remember seeing that one. So Thomas says you can still get flexible cables. Well, I know it's the how far do I go on the laptop because I don't know how repairable it is. I got one board set that has no signs of life. The other board set is well, length and pitch are important with just get it wider and cut it down. Well, I guess maybe I didn't see Colin's video because I don't remember. I don't remember watching it. Although he normally releases on like what Friday or Saturday. I don't remember seeing it in my feed. Hmm. Anyways, I know you can get flex cables, but size is important. I don't know what the length. I mean I can measure length. Pitch is harder to measure because I screw up things like that. Um, and the thing is, I've got a dead board set. I don't really want to spend a lot on cables for a board set that could be dead. Because I don't know why the first laptop. I didn't see anything on the screen. I didn't hear any beeps even after I left it on for a little bit. It should have beeped if it was running post. So I don't know if that's because the board set was dead or one of the boards in the set was dead or if the display was dead and that interferes with it being able to post. Uh, So I'm like, and then the other board set has corroded edge connectors on the one board. So well, I mean, I'm not going to plug a modem in probably, but still, it's not a foregone conclusion I'm going to be able to save this board. I mean, its flex connector is intact for now. I will try to be as careful as possible when I recap it. But the thing is, these PCBs for this laptop are unlike other computers of the era where the board is like 2 layers. I am pretty sure these are 4-layer boards. If not potentially 6 layers. I believe there are inner layers on these boards, so it that kind of increases the danger when you got leaking electrolyte. That's why I'm not as confident that I can repair it as like if this was a 286 motherboard. Although I got a 286 motherboard, I've yet to figure out what's wrong with it. So, anyways, yeah, not gonna be able to do much more on this tonight because I'm gonna have to recap the boards and hope that doesn't kill them. And it still doesn't solve the fact that I believe I have 0 working floppy drives for the LTE 286. because I believe both floppy drives I have crumbled belts. So that's a no go. I have zero working hard drives for it. Oh, and to be able to run setup, you do have to be able to boot the diagnostics disk. Thank you, Compaq, or do I need to thank IBM for giving Compaq the idea? Don't know which. But yeah, so there are many challenges in getting this to work beyond just getting the motherboard to work. I am not aware of any Gotex that fit this computer. I don't know if you can get belts for the floppy drive. The floppy drive looks like uh looks like someone that wanted people to struggle to repair the floppy drive designed it. I don't know how you get it apart to replace the belt. I don't know if you can get replacement belts. I don't know what the pinout of it is to even know if you can get a Gotek to fit the laptop. The IDE drive uses a non-standard pin arrangement. Well, it uses a non-standard pin pitch. So, all right. Thomas sent me a link to Flex Cables. And then I got to switch to the US website. View details. I I I I mean, yes, I could replace the cables, but I don't know what I would. Those are actually rather expensive. Hmm. I don't know enough about flex cables to even know what I need to order because one end needs to be soldered to the board. So one end solders to the one board, but the other end goes into a connector. So I don't even know what cable style that is. I that is not my area of expertise. And the thing is, even if I get the board working, I still have problems getting it to boot to DOS. So it's definitely not a problem I can solve tonight. It's a problem that will probably require some more eBay regrets to get there. So I guess yeah, the eBay regrets meter is well kind of looking regretful right now, but the link is in the description if you yeah, this setup seems painful to work on. Yeah, I didn't realize all the like quirks and features of this laptop until well after I bought the first one, and it might have even been after I bought the second one before I realized all the quirks and features. I didn't realize the thing had a setup diskette, for example. Otherwise, quite honestly, I would have possibly not even bought the first one. But well, here we are. I did buy the first one and the second one, but I'm probably not going to just simply buy a third one. So maybe I learned my lesson. But I would like to maybe get one working to the point where maybe I could get to the point where I need to worry about the floppy drive. Jeremy says, if worst comes to worst, you at least have a unique CPU that I don't know what I'd use it for. Thomas says, dinner time for pizza. Well, enjoy your dinner, Thomas. I mean, yeah, it's a cool CPU, but it's like, what am I going to use it for? I don't have a board to put it in. I mean, yeah, it sometimes comes the point of, yeah, it's cool, but any 286 board, a lot of them's already going to have the CPU in it because it that's the that's the style that's usually soldered to the board. But anyways, I mean, sure, worst comes to worst, I have parts for something. So, anyways, late 286 desktop motherboards use that type of CPU. Yes, but they're usually soldered on. And anyways, Jeremy, I already have a 16 megahertz 286 and a 12.5 megahertz 286. So it's going to be a long stretch to try to convince me to get another desktop 286, unless there's something special about it, or I fall for it. You might have to trick me. Yeah, there's some platforms where I can only there's like only so many before I'm like, okay, I've got enough of them. And 286s are one where I don't know if you realize, but the 286 is like an awkward era of PCs because I don't know that Intel really intended PC manufacturers to use the 286. I know they Intel didn't intend PC manufacturers to use the 186, yet some of them did. But think I think I read somewhere that Intel never intended for them to use the 286 either. They wanted them to wait for the 386. But here we are. Some PC manufacturers used the 286. Jeremy says I got to go through my inventory again to see what I have. But yeah, so it's like 286s are like an awkward era of PCs where because the 286 can't simply leave protected mode, yet at the time most software ran in real mode, but you needed protected mode to like run Windows or to run memory manager so that you could have extended memory. It requires extra steps to get out of protected mode. Basically, you have to reset the CPU instead of just calling the instruction to leave protected mode. So that means the software has to set up the reset vector to a vector that tells the CPU that, oh, you're exiting protected mode and that it isn't like a warm boot reset, but you're leaving protected mode reset. So there are extra steps, which is why there's a 286 version of Windows and a 386 version of Windows, is because I guess Microsoft didn't want to like have both cases in it because both the processors work completely differently in like entering and leaving protected mode. Plus, the 386 has some extra features like the very early inklings of virtualization, I believe, which is also Windows 386 takes advantage of to let you run DOS applications in Windows. So yeah, that's the other thing that the 386 can do, and that's why on 386 you can run DOS applications in a window in Windows 3.1, or I'm pretty sure you can run it in a window. Whereas in Windows 286 it's always full screen because on the 386 I think it can run the real mode DOS in it can use the granted they're basic virtualization features, but it can use the basic virtualization features in the 386 to run that real mode process in protected mode. Whereas on the 286 to run the DOS application, well, Windows can be in memory, but it basically has to switch to real mode to run your DOS program full screen. That's why on the 286 DOS is full screen, is because yeah, Windows is still in memory, but you're you're running your DOS application in real mode. So yeah, it's like that's why the 286 is that awkward era of computing where PC manufacturers used it because it was better performance than the 8088. I guess I can't blame them, but there were those architectural reasons why I'm not totally convinced Intel intended for them to use the 286 in PCs. They didn't do anything to prevent it, but I kind of get the impression on some things I've read that Intel thought that the lack of being able to leave protected mode would be unpalatable enough that the 286 would be like if you were doing like an embedded controller or something where you enter protected mode and you never leave. think that's really what they intended the 286 would be for. And then they'd have the 386. It would have all the full features. It'd go in PCs. You'd have Windows. It'd be great. And, PC manufacturers put a crinkle in that. But anyways, that's kind of my thoughts based on what I've read. I could be completely wrong. Maybe Intel was of the opinion that this Windows thing will never work out, and they were like, "Who needs to leave protected mode? Because you're either going to be running DOS or you're going to be running Windows, but we don't expect this Windows thing to like last that long." I don't know. More reading on the topic's necessary. Anyways, I'd like to thank all of you all for joining me tonight. I guess our success rate for tonight was 50%. The Emerson 500EC is back together, and in fact, that beige box sitting on the floor right there until I find a better spot for it, or more likely I'll take it upstairs. That's the Emerson 500EC, and yes, the case is on. So excellent. The LTE 286, well, I mean, I got the power adapter back together after replacing the two caps that were too tall, but well, that's as far as we got for successes on the LTE 286. So I've got a power adapter that, at least for now, is working. It's kind of got a weird bodge on it. I may take it apart sometime and put some hot glue in a couple places to keep some things from moving. Actually, it's not a bad idea. I think I will set this somewhere where I will take this to the innovation station at work where there is a hot glue gun, and there are a few things I'm going to reinforce with hot glue in it. But yeah, that's probably a good idea. So at least we got that. That works. Someday I'll get the a 286 board set to work, and granted, it's probably going to go into this case with broken plastic, but well, we'll at least get to the a working board set, and then I'll have to worry about how in the world we get a floppy to boot when both of your floppy drives have completely disintegrated belts. And I think Jesse even mentioned that sometimes these need recaps too. So yeah, I may have to look into what the pinout is and how possible it would be to put a GoTech in its place. And anyways, first steps first. I'm not going to worry about this floppy drive. I'm not going to worry about the floppy drive that was in the other one. I'm not going to worry about this Connor hard drive. I am definitely not going to worry about the other Connor hard drive that got disassembled on stream. And so now I have a one time use glass frisbee disc. Actually, it might be musical. Oh, there we go. I got a bell. Bet you never knew that the platters of these drives were musical. Uh, Probably should be careful. I might break it. Anyways, yeah, I gotta chime now. Uh, no, the the Connor hard drive I disassembled had a bad spindle motor. So, do those Connor hard drives have flex ribbons? Jeremy's asking. Yes, it did have a flex ribbon. No, I cannot use it to fix that one board because it's the completely wrong style of flex ribbon cable. It has completely the wrong pinout and pitch and shapes and everything. And besides, I'm going to need it to make an adapter to be able to plug a compact flash card into the thing. I'm actually going to have, so this drive is not going to get tossed because I'm probably going to need to remove that connector from it, from the PCB, so that I can make an adapter to go from that. So I can go from the two ends that go into the board and then plug that into that connector and then turn that into a standard like compact flash or IDE or something. Jeremy says, I asked because I had two or three of those drives loose from computer reset. Well, the thing is, Jeremy, if yours has that connector, um, yeah, I mean, I've got the ribbon cable, but I don't know that I have a spare one yet. If I have a spare one, we can talk. But I don't have guaranteed spare parts at the moment, so I'm not going to start to give away parts that I may not actually have as spares. Because for all I know, because the thing is, the second Compaq LTE I bought on eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret. Um, the one thing that was somewhat apparent when I started opening it, and you wouldn't have caught. I don't think you had joined by the time I figured it out. Someone had it open before, so I am not going to assume that the flex ribbon cables in it that I can't test are working. Yeah, Jeremy says it almost seems like you might need to raid my stash. No, if it comes down to it, then this laptop will just be a longer term project. I given how fragile those Connor hard drives are, I am not going to try to put a Connor hard drive back in these laptops. I'm also going to have to get rid of the floppy drive belt that I pulled out of that first floppy drive, because that is how disintegrating this rubber is. It is like sticking to my workbench, like just by sitting on it. It is very gross and disintegrating. But no, I do not want to put a spinning hard drive back in these LTEs. I'm probably only going to get one working anyways, so I'm probably only going to have one. But these Connor hard drives are unreliable. They're weird. They're 40 megabytes. Are they 20 megabytes? No, I think it's a 40 megabyte drive. Yes. Type 53. Anyways, I doubt this laptop's going to support ginormous compact flash cards, but just given how fragile those Connor hard drives are, because I the first one I opened up had a bad spindle motor. You could actually feel it grinding. It is quite possible the second one is suffering the same problem, but I'm not sure. I'm not going to take it apart to figure it out. But anyways, yeah, if those are dead because they have a weird connector on them, which would make it very hard to plug them into a standard computer to transfer files. Um, Jeremy's asking me, am I gunning for a 286 and up laptop collection? Um, not that was not exactly my intention of having a Compaq LTE 286. I got the thing because of two reasons. First reason is Retrotech Chris got me hooked on LTEs. The second reason is the Compaq LTE and LTE 286 are the first notebook format laptops. Like, they are the first ones that actually came in a notebook format. So they are so I got these because they're notable, not because I'm trying to like collect them all. So yeah, these are the first notebook format laptops, and I just decided that the 286 version is a little easier to get than the 8088 version. Plus, I have plenty of XT class desktops, so I thought at the time I bought one, I was like, okay, well, I'll get the 286 version because it's at least a little more useful because it's got the 286. But yeah, that's why I got the LTE 286. It's the first notebook. It's the first notebook format laptop, and because Chris got me hooked on LTEs. So yeah, I got it because it's a Compaq LTE as well. I do have a few other LTEs, but I wasn't necessarily I'm not necessarily trying to collect the full range of all the computers. I mean, someday I can't say that I won't necessarily try longer term to like fill in some gaps, but I'm trying to also be deliberate of what I get to make sure there's some reason simply beyond I want to have it before I get it. Which is why the Compaq LTE 286, that's the first notebook format laptop. So there is some notoriety to it. Some of the 8-bit computers I have, it's because they are the computers my generation grew up with. I might have not had them, but my generation did. I have friends I grew up with that had them. So, uh, well, Jack, I don't want to like, I don't want that to be the only driving factor for all of my purchases. Yes, I'm sure I I will admit, sometimes I do buy things and it's because I want it. But I also want to make sure some of my collection has some meaning beyond simply that I want it. 'Cause I'd like it to have some purpose. So that if I were showing off my collection to someone, that I could actually give some reason why I have it beyond, oh, I thought it was cool and I wanted it. Like, well, these computers here are the ones my generation grew up with. I had friends that had Commodores. I had friends that had the Ataris. I had friends that had Apples. And this is how my generation grew up learning computers, and here's what they all did. I can compare and contrast, and we could be like, well, I know we all made fun of the yep, us Apple fans called them trash 80s, and well, I'm sure the TRS-80 fans um called them crapples, and I mean, we all had trash names for the other platforms, but in the end though, they all got us into computers and we learned something from them. We grew up with them, and for a lot of us it put us in our career path even if we made fun of the other platforms. So anyways, that's kind of the I do like to at least sometimes make sure there is a reason beyond why I have it. Now sometimes it's because I was given the system. I mean, but still, there's like some reason beyond like the Performance 6118 CD. I mean, it was like one of the first power PC computers Apple made. So, uh, Dave says sometimes wanting is more desirable than having. Yeah, that's true, Dave. Yeah. And welcome, Dave, even though I'm trying to wrap the stream up. So, I mean, yeah, I would I at least try to find some purpose behind what I get because I have a goal that I would like to be able to use these computers for more than just, oh yeah, I've got them. I'd like there to be able to tell stories with them. So like that my generation grew up with them, or these computers uh these computers shaped the direction of computers like the Compaq LTE. It like defined the notebook size laptop, and then all the other manufacturers started making that size laptop because before then it was portable. I mean, you weren't going to put the thing on your lap. I mean, even the Compaq, I'm trying to think of which model it was before the LTE. I mean, you really weren't going to put that thing on your lap. Sure, it was easier to carry than, say, a K Pro or an IBM portable personal computer. You still weren't going to probably have the thing on your lap. And then the Compaq LTE comes out. You could have it on your lap. I mean, it defined laptop. It pretty much was the defining moment for laptops even today. Granted, they're thinner, lighter, faster, way more colors on the screen, but they did define what a laptop would really be. So, yeah, Jeremy says the very first Compaq was definitely notable. Yeah, I mean, sure, maybe someday I'll get one of the first Compaqs. It really did define the computer industry. It really, because up to that point, you had Commodore, you had Atari, you had Apple, you had TRS-80, you had BBC Micro, you had Sinclair. You I think I've pretty much made the point. You had all these platforms, they were all separate, and they didn't interoperate. And then IBM comes out with the IBM PC. Sure, it didn't interoperate with any of those either. And Apple comes out with the Macintosh, it doesn't interoperate either. But then you had Compaq clone the IBM PC. And the way they did it survived court battles because Compaq didn't copy IBM's code. They reverse engineered it in a clean room. So IBM lost the market when Compaq came out. Well, but Compaq comes out with a clone that actually survives any legal battle because they didn't copy IBM's BIOS. They reverse engineered it. I mean, yeah, there were a couple other companies before Compaq, but I think they pretty much were found that they copied IBM's binaries, but Compaq didn't. And then that inspired a couple other companies to also do what Compaq did, and they came out with clones, and they weren't copying IBM's BIOS. And the thing is, IBM was using off-the-shelf chips for everything else, so everything else about their computer was designed using the data sheets for the chips. So they couldn't really, they didn't have any novelty there. Their BIOS got copied, but in a clean room, so the source code wasn't stolen. Compaq comes out with a clone. Someone else comes out with a clone. Then you have the BIOS companies that realize, oh, there's a market here to sell BIOSes for these other companies. They start cloning the BIOS, and soon, yeah, IBM's losing market share, but that also pretty much defined the IBM compatible that a large percentage of the market today is. I mean, we still have IBM compatible computers. Sure, they're probably smaller, lighter, faster, draw less power. Disclaimer, as long as you don't have a RTX like 4090 Ti in it, then it's going to draw more power. Okay, it's performance per watt. Yeah, I think the computer as a whole may draw more power than the IBM PC, but yeah, you get more performance for your power you put into it. So, I mean, yeah, and it's kind of, and sure, Apple's still around, but they found their niche. It was desktop publishing. They got into their niche, and they eventually added PC compatibility, so you could still read and write PC disks. Yeah, if they'd ignored that, they probably would have eventually gone under. That was like probably one of the few things that if they'd tried to get away with not doing, it probably would have they probably would have um, met a different fate back in the 90s. But yeah, at least there's PC compatibility. And the thing is, on the Macintosh, there's always apps that have like that's like the niche for it. But yeah, so it's kind of the when you yep, the Jeremy's saying here's a notable one to look for: a Dell computer before it was Dell. PC's limited. Yeah, maybe I'm not as excited about some Dell computers, even though I have a few. I mean, why do you think this Dell's like all the way back there? Um, I don't know. There's some brands that I find a little less exciting than others. Sure, if I found a PC's limited computer, I and it was at a good price, I probably would get it. But am I going to act? There are some computers though I'm not going to actively go looking for. If I happened into one, it's one thing, but I'm not going to actively look for it. But yeah, it's so that's pretty much the if if there's like a story I can tell with the computer, or it's got some like my generation grew up with it, or it defined how the industry went, then and yeah, I mean I have some computers where I happened into them. So and those are good too, because sometimes those are ones where I do go a bit more and less strict because they're a little newer. But anyways, yeah. So Jeremy's Michael Dell started Dell computers out of his dorm room at UT Austin. So yeah, it's the I guess so. Anyways, that's why I got the LTE 286. It's because it was the first notebook format computer. All the ones before it were really large, and I mean they were portable, but they weren't a notebook. They were portable. They were getting more portable. Compaq made it super portable because it was about the size of a big book. Dad Max says, I knew it was Texas based, but I always forget it was UT Austin. So, yeah. I mean, at least I got the Emerson 500EC working. And, well, why did I get the Emerson 500EC? Well, because it was yet another Emerson computer and it talked. Although maybe after I bought it, I realized the speech features weren't as impressive as I thought they would be. But, well, it still does tell you you forgot to plug the keyboard in. And that there's something to that. Granted, there's like 5 error, um, there's like 5 sound files in the BIOS. Because basically it's playing back a sound file. It's not like it's text to speech. It's playing back a PCM sampled sound recording. Jeremy said, my dad retired from UT Austin. He started working there shortly after Michael Dell left there. Ah. So yeah, anyways, yeah, the Emerson 500 DC, which is just sitting right there at the moment. Yep, that beige computer right there. I'll find a better place for it, but yep, it's just sitting right there out of the way. Yep, it's got 5 PCM sound files in the BIOS. It plays them back to make it speech capabilities, and one of them is for the keyboard error, and one of them's for a system error has occurred, and I think one's for incorrect password. So you can quickly see that the number of errors that got a unique speech prompt were very few. Most of the startup errors just get a startup error has occurred. Now, the software that was bundled that ran in DOS, now that was like text to speech. Unfortunately, like the disk number 2 of the restore disks has not been archived, so apparently some of the speech features of the software do require some sound files that were on disk 2. So there were also some. I think there's like an interactive DOS guide or something, or someone told me what it was, but the sounds for that were on disk 2 and no one's archived it. So there is text to speech. You can actually select hit text on the screen and it'll read it, and that is text to speech. But some of the functionalities of the sound are just sound files. So oh well. Yeah. Now there's a floppy disk if I could find. I probably would try to if it was at all possible for me to get it, I would, and that would be if I ever saw disk 2 for that computer because it's not been archived. But anyways, yeah, that's probably if there were software disks that were on my list of I wish someone would find and archive it. The Emerson 500EC's restored floppy disk number 2 is at the top of my list. So if you're watching this video and you happen to have that disk, please archive it and put it up on archive.org and leave a comment on the video. Because, in fact, actually, if you got the set of discs, you might as well just image them both just to make sure they're like a matching set, just in case the one that's archived is a different version. Anyways, yeah, that would be my like at the top of my list for I wish it was archived because I certainly would like to restore that computer to its original factory install. And with that, because it's getting very late and I have this ability to like ramble for 40 minutes after I'd like to end the stream, and I do have to work tomorrow, and yeah, I'm probably really should end the stream so I can go to bed. I'd like to thank all of you all for joining me for our 286 shenanigans 50% success rate. So Thursday, I'll be looking at the Apple II clone motherboard, not computer, but the one I got on eBay more recently, the one that has tantalum caps where there should be ceramics, and the one that's got a shorted 12-volt rail. We're going to look at that one on Thursday. I have ceramic caps to replace those tantalums, and hopefully the short goes away. If not, hopefully I can find where it is, because I don't know if that board works, but I'm not plugging it in with a short on the 12-volt rail, because without knowing what's shorted, that will just release magic smoke somewhere. So anyways, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe and turn on notifications because I'm always working on something different. And with that, I'd like to wish everyone a great rest of your day. Take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.